Morning.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Extraordinary.
Heavens, have you any idea how you look?
Don't you worry about me. Morning to you.
Buenos dias. Hit the trail. Hop in. Hey, watch it.
Be with you momentarily. Traveling mercies to you.
Can't be here. Back the way you came. Mary Beth.
John? John, is it you?
How the hell are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Good. Yeah,
Abigail, is she?
she's well. Jack's growing up.
Sweet boy.
Not anymore. But he's okay. How are you?
I'm well. I write now. Silly romances, but it's fun. Oh, it's such fun.
Do you?
My pen name is Leslie Dupont. It's sort of French, sort of ambiguous. The books are unambiguously awful, but they sell.
Good for you. So proud.
I still think about you all. That was quite a time.
Yeah. Arthur saved my life before he passed. I don't talk about him much, but I think about him.
Me too. And Dutch?
Ran off someplace.
All aboard.
Such a shame.
Last call.
Oh, anyway, John, I better get on my train. It was really lovely seeing you. Oh, here. It's for you.
Thank you. Take care now.
Bye!
Mister? Hello? Hey! Hope your back's ready for this.
Surrender! Now! You're finished!
Much obliged.
There you are.
Boom.
Hey, boy. Easy now. indeed. You got a temper on you. You need to calm down.
Go on. I don't need your...
I'm only having fun. Didn't think you'd take me being here so serious.
Get away from me!
Now that ain't very friendly.
I'll shoot you like a sick hound.
That's enough now. Shit! Okay, boy.
You know we go kill you, right, boy? Jumping them bushes. Keep on the run. They're losing us. We're losing them.
Get up. There. All right. Hungry?
No damn time for you. Come on, get clear.
There, boy. Slow now. Damn! You're strong, boy. Here you go. Noah! Ready, boy?
These here city folks, they're gonna have trinkets and all.
I want food, not trinkets. Can't eat trinkets.
Well, food don't gonna make you pretty.
You ain't never gonna be pretty.
That ain't how you was acting last night.
You shut up about that. Go. Hey, look at this hat. Well, I look like a Saint Denis gentleman.
You look just like one. But you sure don't smell like one.
Well, yeah, well, I wouldn't want to smell like no city boy anyway. They smell like dinner to me.
Take that stupid thing and let's go.
Got friends, do you? Here we go. Whoa, none of that. Christ! I'm done with this. There, boy.
ain't so tough if you're afraid to show your face. Well, hell.
boy.
What's with you?
I see your friend. I'll help you out presently. You must have done some real trouble to acquire this kind of price in your head. What can I do for you? You got postage? It all set to go? Quick and safe. That's our promise to you.
Thank you.
Go on. Try and take me out again. See where it gets you. Been a while since you were through here. Go on, have yourself a quick nosy. After a little tchotchke, are we? Nice.
Won't ask too many questions about its previous owners.
Do not leave it near the campfire.
I trust nobody's missing this too much. Right? Thanks.
second thoughts. Well, that was awful fast.
Partner, what you see?
Still got a ways to go to your stop, friend. Easy. Wake up, because we're pulling in.
That was great.
Oh, now, whoa!
How are you?
Let's go, boy.
Sorry, horse letters.
Hey, partner.
Howdy.
Hate to wake you, Sleeping Beauty, but we're here.
Thank you for that.
Now accepting horse names.
Oh, yeah.
Hang in there, girl. Hungry girl. Hey there!
Now that is a truly beautiful animal.
Thank you. That's so nice.
Oh, they're all worked up. John, my boy, maybe you got something to add here.
Not just a cheap but a coward. you
Hands
piece
off
of
the
crap.
old man or I start making gun smoke.
Oh, screw this. Ain't worth my time.
Keep some distance from that guy. I won't take it kindly anything happens to him.
Yeah, you just keep a hold on him. Friends have a way of disappearing when they're hijo de putas.
Howdy. Well, how can I help you, friend?
I'll stand here. You know,
Can I get a whiskey? She was mighty hard to read.
Should take the edge off.
yeah. Come on, let's see.
Don't mind if I do. I'm gonna raise. Is that a spider web hanging from your cards?
Sure.
If you watch real close, you can
Here.
see him reading the cards under his breath.
Open seat here if you want to join.
Nope. That's some. I'll see.
Check. I check.
Here we go.
That's chicken
I'll
feed.
give this much.
This'll do for me nicely.
All right. Watch out for money bags over here.
I'll see you.
Huh?
No.
Here we go.
Bluff.
I'll
for
see you.
sure.
Right then.
Hey, you good?
Well, wish I could say things were
I'm
better.
going all in.
Things will look up soon enough.
Well, look who's feeling confident.
All in. God damn it!
This tea is real good.
That was humiliating.
See you next time. I'll take that.
Some poor fellow working in the boats lost his foot and fell. The old Chief Dunbar. Enough showing off. Put the weapon away now.
I could learn something from you.
Partner?
I'm looking for Gavin. He's my best friend. He left me. I lost him. I mean, I lost him.
I can't believe this.
Someone must have seen an Englishman. Really funny he is.
How are you?
Hey, mister.
You gonna make more problems for us? Hola, señor.
That breather.
Out of the damn way!
I'm looking for my friend. Gavin. Gavin. Ugh, where the hell are you?
Bad times.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh, I remember you. Listen, have you seen,
Gavin? You still on this?
Yeah. It's turned into a right bloody rigmarole. I told the Trouble in Strife I'd be 6 months. It's been 7 or 8 years now.
I'd have stopped after 7 or 8 days.
Box his ears when I find him. No, I won't. I love that boy. Gavin! Where are you hiding? Oh, I am so worried. Gav! 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 Where are you? Where are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am so worried.
Morning to you.
Good morning, partner.
Hey, mister. Morning, partner.
After before, I'm sure wary of you.
You're a hard worker, all right.
It's the only way I know how.
Be on your way. That's what I thought.
Look out!
No, I need the law.
How much you got for me, friend?
Hey, calm down.
You ain't even worth it, you know? It ain't that bad, okay?
Now, okay?
Come on.
Howdy, mister.
We don't appreciate
Excuse me, ma'am.
How do you do?
Mister?
Pleasant morning. Oh, do excuse me.
Okay there.
Morning, mister.
Mister?
Morning, mister. Good morning, mister.
You look like an honest enough feller. If I could interest you in bounty work, the poster's on the wall.
Might take a look. Morning, mister. Go away.
It's about time you got the hell out of here. All right. Nothing needs to turn ugly here. Just come along now. Somebody get this son of a bitch! You're good.
Now I can't punch you. Hey! Move it!
Come on, don't do this to me. Christ on the cross! Just stop! There's something bad for you. Damn it all! Christ on the cross! Jesus!
it!
Hi, fellas.
Well,
We don't want more of your mess, please.
Gotta be done. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you here.
Oh.
Oh, giddy up. This is it. We're here.
You done me a service. Be safe.
Oh, please, no, don't shoot me! Who's the big kid now?
Let's go, girl.
What's your problem?
What the hell is your problem?
Help me, please, kind sir.
Help a blind man.
Here.
They will come for you, friend. When they do, you will not have a choice. But you have lived better than most.
Okay. I guess I'll bear that in mind.
Don't waste any more time with an old blind man. Go out there and become who you are.
Move out the damn way. Acting black. Come on. Whoa, hey, come on. Quit pointing that thing.
Hey there. You took me serious, didn't you? Getting all red in the face? Okay, Missy. Jesus!
Oh, shit!
You see any welcome sign around here? Go on with you. Get out of my sight.
I'm
now.
sorry. Didn't realize you didn't like visitors.
You better make yourself scarce.
Come on! Money! Now!
I'll help you die.
Hurry! Now! I know how this goes.
I'll make you suffer.
Here, stay, girl. All right. You know, all in all, things are okay, I guess. Good.
From the moment President Joe Biden walked out onto that debate stage last summer, something seemed terribly wrong. Soon he was struggling to answer questions.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Now his son Hunter says his father was exhausted from his hectic travel schedule before the debate, including 2 separate trips to Europe, and suggested the popular sleeping drug Ambien may have been a factor.
I'll tell you what, I know exactly what happened in that debate. He flew around the world, basically, and the mileage that he could have flown around the world 3 times. Yeah. He's 81 years old. He's tired as You give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights.
In a more than 3-hour-long, expletive-laden interview with podcaster Andrew Callahan, Hunter Biden lashes out at Democrats who he says betrayed his father, including George Clooney, who wrote an op-ed in the New York Times urging Biden to drop out of the race after the debate.
George Clooney is not a actor. He is a, I don't know what he is. He's a brand.
He also attacks Nancy Pelosi and some of his father's political advisors. Democratic infighting, he says, cost the Democrats the election.
Why do you think that the Republicans have an advantage over us? Because they're unified. They will go along with anything. I wasn't asking anybody to go along with anything. I was asking people to go along with this. The most successful administration in my lifetime.
Most of those who Hunter Biden criticized, including George Clooney and Nancy Pelosi, had no response to his comments. A spokesperson for Joe Biden had no comment either. As for the Ambien, Hunter tells ABC News that he doesn't actually know whether his father took Ambien, but was making the point that he was exhausted from his grueling travel schedule prior to the debate, and that, quote, his debate performance was completely out of character then and now. From the moment President Joe Biden walked out onto that debate stage last summer, something seemed terribly wrong. Soon he was struggling to answer questions.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Now his son Hunter says his father was exhausted from his hectic travel schedule before the debate, including 2 separate trips to Europe, and suggested the popular sleeping drug Ambien may have been a factor.
I'll tell you what, I know exactly what happened in that debate. He flew around the world, basically, in the mileage that he could have flown around the world 3 times. Yeah. He's 81 years old. He's tired as You give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights.
In a more than 3-hour-long, expletive-laden interview with podcaster Andrew Callahan, Hunter Biden lashes out at Democrats who he says betrayed his father, including George Clooney, who wrote an op-ed in the New York Times urging Biden to drop out of the race after the debate.
George Clooney is not a actor. He is a I don't know what he is. He's a brand.
He also attacks Nancy Pelosi and some of his father's political advisors. Democratic infighting, he says, cost the Democrats the election.
Why do you think that the Republicans have an advantage over us? Because they're unified. They will go along with anything. I wasn't asking anybody to go along with anything. I was asking people to go along with this. The most successful administration in my lifetime.
Most of those who Hunter Biden criticized, including George Clooney and Nancy Pelosi, had no response to his comments. A spokesperson for Joe Biden had no comment either. As for the Ambien, Hunter tells ABC News that he doesn't actually know whether his father took Ambien, but was making the point that he was exhausted from his grueling travel schedule prior to the debate and that, quote, his debate performance was completely out of character then and now. From the moment President Joe Biden walked out,
You're a good filly. Stay put, girl. Hey, girl, this way. Don't go nowhere.
No news to report, either in Hunter Biden's world or trying to find some chipmunks, not having any luck. I shot a bunch of geese with dynamite, and now I'm using them as like a trap. But no one's no predators are coming. For real.
Okay. Crap.
Come on.
For the love of God.
This ain't your...
Could you free me, please?
You're one of the good ones, ain't you? Thank the Lord for that. Will you get me out of here? Will you get me away from these men?
You'll be all right, ma'am. Bad men are taken care of.
I hope you're right, sir. I'm grateful for your help, as far as it went. Oh, you bastard!
All right, girl.
Yeah, we got robbed by those predator and herbivore baits. Guess if you sleep for 3 hours, you're not gonna catch anything either.
Come on, then.
Hold up, I think I see bats. Daughter of Ozzy Osbourne, I'm gonna bite one of their heads off. Hello? back. Pain in the ass to craft. Good ones. Any good ones? We need a perfect one.
You're a good girl now. You're doing well.
Nice to see you again, sir. Take a look at what we got.
Now, let me have a look.
Good. That's nothing but quality gear there. Thank you kindly. You want more? Absolutely. You sure like these. What else you looking for? Just heard they found that outlaw Micah Bell dead in the Grizzlies. Sold one of those to Chief Dunbar not too long ago.
Thanks, partner. Easy.
Hello.
Yes, that's that. What the hell? What's the matter with you?
Hello, for a show, I presume?
Follow through.
Can I get a ticket, please?
The show is right behind you, through the door.
I was drinking so much alcohol, almost a handle of vodka a day. And alcohol is the most destructive drug, not just to your body, but it puts you in more danger than any other drug that I've ever experienced. And then you add on top of that the amount of crack that I was using at the time. And crack cocaine, in terms of your physical health, is not as dangerous as the situation that you put yourself in to be able to obtain it.
How do you get crack?
One of the things I don't want to do is give a how-to to any moron like myself that may think that it's a good idea. But crack cocaine is a, I am fully aware when I'm talking about it in relationship to my own experience with it. It is still a shocking thing for most people, because we have been fed this perception of crack cocaine. It's more than just a drug. It's more than, like, if you say meth or if you say heroin or if you say cocaine. It comes with a whole bunch of different baggage. And because of that, places that you can go get it are some of the most dangerous places in whatever location you happen to be in. And it's everywhere. Mainly for that reason, I learned how to make my own. Have you read, I'm going to pretend like you're not getting attacked by a bee right now.
Hey, it's all right.
Keep my train of thought.
Without them, we would all
Just trying to root. By the way, that's true too. Birds aren't real, but bees are.
Good morning, America and the world. My name is Andrew Callahan, the host and creator of Channel 5, the largest independent crowd-funded newsroom in the United States. The following interview is with Hunter Biden, the controversial, storied son of former President Joe Biden, who issued a full and unconditional pardon for Hunter during his final month in office, shortly after Hunter was found guilty of tax-related crimes and being an illegal drug user in possession of a firearm. Hunter has yet to speak to the media about this pardon and hasn't done a televised interview in years. In fact, aside from a very limited and controlled press run to promote his new book, Beautiful Things in 2021, Hunter hasn't given a single statement to the media, especially in regard to the laptop scandal that was a crucial component in the Stop the Steal movement back in 2020, wherein millions of Trump supporters alleged that Joe Biden was being controlled and manipulated by nefarious foreign actors who leveraged their business connections with Hunter to peddle influence in the White House. As I mentioned, this alleged intel connects to private messages and emails that were found on a laptop that Rudy Giuliani and his lawyer claim Hunter left in a computer repair shop in Delaware sometime in 2020, where after the laptop repairman, John Paul Mac Isaac, pictured here, essentially leaked its contents to the world. Along with evidence of alleged corruption, tax evasion, and influence peddling, what was also leaked from the laptop is nearly a decade of private photos of Hunter in the thralls of crack cocaine addiction. All right, in today's interview, we're going to discuss the laptop, the 2020 election, crack cocaine, and more, with an emphasis on recovery and away from gossip and family drama. And by the way, if you'd like to listen to or download an audio version of this interview, I've uploaded a crispy WAV file to the podcast feed of our long-form program, 5Cast, which is available now on Spotify, Apple Music, and Amazon. All right, let's get into it. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Hunter Biden. All right, Mr. Biden, thank you so much for your time, man. I really appreciate it. How long has it been since you've done a formal sit-down interview?
You know, it's been a while. It's been a long while. I had a conversation with Jamie Harrison, who's the former chair of the DNC. He's a great friend, loyal. And I was down in South Carolina for other things and kind of like family down there. So I sat down with him and talked about some stuff, but nothing like this.
What made you feel like now's the time for a official, unedited long form?
Well, I don't know when it is the right time or not the right time. I'm an admirer of your work, and we have a mutual acquaintance. It didn't take me much to agree to be really interested. I think the work that you've done is some of the most interesting commentary on the moment we're living in. The expanded moment that we seem to be continuing to live in of the from 2020 on. I hadn't seen much of the earlier work that you had done, but I do know that I at least appreciate the sincerity with which you approach everything that you do.
I appreciate it. You said 2020 on. Do you feel like that's the year the world kind of went crazy?
No. I think that that's the year that we all kind of woke up to the realization that things are crazy. But no, I think that they've been going crazy for a while. And I don't know whether crazy is the right word. I think that I don't know how interested people are in my take on why I think the world is a little bit crazy right now.
Well, I think there's probably millions of people out there who just want to know how you're doing.
Personally, I'm great. I tell everybody, and Melissa gets kind of upset with me because it has been obviously a difficult time. You know, the past 5 years have not, at least from any outsider's perspective, been fun. But for me, as a person in recovery and being able to maintain that recovery through this and stay clean and sober throughout it, so one thing I allow myself to take some pride in. And I know about my life is that I survived almost certain death. And I mean, I don't know if you read my book, but it's pretty transparent about it. Having survived that hell kind of prepared me to be able to make it through kind of the public humiliation that, I don't know any other way to put it, that I've experienced over the past close to 5 years now. And it doesn't seem to stop, but I'm more grounded in who I am and what matters to me and what I'm grateful for on a daily basis than I've ever been in my life. And physically, I'm in a hell of a lot better shape than I was since my last drink or drug 6 years ago.
So it's been 6 years?
Yeah, just over 6 years.
When you say you almost died, can you kind of give us some more context?
I was a drinker, and at the end, my addiction had progressed so much that it was potentially deadly on a daily basis. The thing that was the most concerning and the most real about, facing death was in actuality the alcohol. Once you fall into that lifestyle, and I wouldn't call it a lifestyle because there's no life to it at all, you enter a completely different world in which you're living kind of completely outside of the bounds of any communal norms. I don't know. It's a scary place to be. And I've met some of the most truly heroic, astounding, thoughtful, kind people that I've ever met in my life that are living, lives of quiet desperation, not quiet, very loud desperation, but even in that, found space in their hearts for empathy and kindness. And I've met some of the most awful, predatory people that I've ever experienced in my life.
So you feel that the thralls of addiction do oftentimes swallow up very genuine, earnest people, but at the same time, that underbelly is home to a specific breed of evil as well?
One of the things that I've realized is that addiction is one of the most universal conditions. I don't know many people that have not been impacted by it in some way, whether it's addiction to drugs or addiction to behaviors. They have the same dilatory effect on not just you, but more importantly, on your immediate community, your family, and then it just spirals outward. And I don't know anybody that hasn't been impacted by drugs and alcohol in a really significant way, or at least a way in which it's created trauma in their own personal lives and the lives of those that they really love. And so while it's universal, it's something that we rarely talk about. And it's kind of the way in which we treat drug use, it's something that someone else is doing, and that someone else happens to be your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, yourself, your coworker, and it only becomes a problem when it becomes a problem for you.
Do you think that you would have been treated differently by the media if your addiction was to an opiate or perhaps methamphetamine as opposed to crack, which kind of has a racialized context to it?
Well, maybe, I don't know. Because it depends upon what media you're talking about. Because what is the media? I think it was just an added bonus for them that they could say crack addict and everybody would go, oh my God, he's a monster. So I think for those that wanted to use it as a bludgeon, it's easier when you slap the word crack addict onto it. It made me a lot easier target for the Don Juniors of the world, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, just because of their inherent kind of meanness about things. But I'm not a victim here. I was a crack addict. I wrote about it. We were transparent about it. I wasn't naive to the idea that somehow that would be something that anyone or everyone would be able to fully comprehend and have empathy for. We're lacking empathy across the board, not just for Hunter Biden. But I guess I was a little bit surprised in terms of a lot of people in the press, now whether it was in the New York Times or the New York Post, kind of dismissed addiction as somehow unique to my family, or without taking into account what they were doing to other people that were looking to get clean and sober. One of the things about getting clean and sober, at least I found, I don't know what your experience in your life or with your friends or others is, one of the things that keeps us in the cycle of addiction is our guilt and our shame, is the lies we tell ourselves and the lies that we tell the people that we care about the most. And you get clean and you get sober, and what ends up happening is you still hold on to these secrets. Like, I smoke crack. I was a crack smoker. They know that I did cocaine, or they know that I was drinking, but they don't know that I was also an inveterate drug user. And so you keep that secret, and that guilt kind of boils up. And the only place that you can talk about it is in rooms full of virtual strangers, which is really helpful. But it isn't it doesn't release you from that awful feeling that I'm about to be found out, and that anxiety. And so then you get triggered. Your brain tells you to do the only thing that it's learned how to do, is that you need to save yourself. And the fastest way to save yourself is a drink or a drug. So you get caught in this loop. And the favor that they did for me is I don't have any more secrets. Now, not everything that's been said about me is true, but there are the things that most people would be very embarrassed about. I've been very open about. I spent more time on my hands and knees picking through rugs smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine. I probably smoked more Parmesan cheese than anyone, and so I don't get triggered in the same way. But the thing that scares me is for people that look at the way that I'm treated in the media, whatever the hell the media is, and think, do I want to get honest? I mean, it seems to me, if you look at that as a test case, better to keep some things unsaid. And I think that's really dangerous for people, at least in my experience with recovery.
As far as the media goes, what do you think are the 3 craziest things you've heard about yourself in the press?
Oh my God, the list is forever and forever. They got stuck on for a while, even Fox News, that I funded the Wuhan lab. I said that to someone a long time ago on camera as in response to a question like you just asked. And you gotta be really careful. Somebody's gonna be able to cut that and say, I did not fund the Wuhan lab.
I did.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah,
exactly. Me and George Soros. Supposedly me and George Soros have a lot in common. The one thing I'm positive we don't have in common is that I am very, very far from being a billionaire. But those conspiracies are kind of the craziest. You know, I just heard Jake Tapper is going on TV saying that, you know, I basically acted as the chief of staff.
I think Hunter was driving the decision-making for the family in a way that people, he was almost like a chief of staff of the family.
Does that strike you as pretty bizarre?
I think I spent 12 days in the White House in the last 2 years of the administration. I had a lot of other things going on. I think the one that was like you feel like you just got hit in the gut, you know, by an elephant, is when Rudy Giuliani and Bernie Kerik went to the Newcastle County Courthouse here in Delaware and talked about me being involved in, I think, you know, child sex crimes and stuff like that. And I mean, literally with nothing. That one was the last and the only one that was kind of hard to wake up from. Is like, how do you ever take that out of somebody's head after they've heard it, you know? But I mean, truly, the list just goes on and on.
Did you try to like sue for defamation or damages or anything after that?
No, and I mean, I am in a defamation suit right now. I mean, one of the craziest ones is what Patrick Byrne said about me. And let me get this straight. He said that I was the key person in ensuring that the sanctioned Iranian oil money that was being held in South Korea was released at the behest of myself and somebody in Pakistan. And I took a 10% fee off the $8 billion for my family.
We have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think.
And then I had traveled to Tehran and to the Middle East in 2022 and 2023 in order to effectuate this. And then that ultimately, his followers made the direct connection that money was used to fund Hamas for the murder of over 1,400 Jews on October 7th. That's the kind of stuff. And now, I know you guys look and say like, but who believes that? You know, I don't know. The 1 million people that read that tweet, you know. I had one guy in California who is I don't remember his name, but he's associated with SpaceX, a big investor in SpaceX, a very, very wealthy guy, claim just months ago that I rented a house from him and that I trashed the house and I had the Secret Service stiff him on the rent and that I tried to pay him with a book of art made of my own feces.
His ex-landlord claims he stiffed him on a whopping $300,000 in rent. What happens to the back rent that Hunter Biden owes my family? Is that pardoned now?
And you know, like, how insane is that, right? You know, but you look into the background of this person and he's a major, major investor in SpaceX. He's probably worth a few $100 million and he has this huge following on X. Elon Musk retweeted that and it went, you know, and it went viral.
It's pretty messed up, man. There's also some people, though, who just think that if you leave the country, you're a spy. You know what I mean? Like, why is he going so many places?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know, the really interesting thing is they created this a character that is both in some sense a ne'er-do-well failed son that has not ever accomplished anything and a criminal mastermind all in one. I kind of feel like, you know, pick one. Most of my travel during that period of time when my dad was vice president, and by the way, I didn't travel anywhere when my dad was president. I don't think I left the country. But during that time, I was the chairman of the board of what's called the U.S.-UN World Food Program. And I was also chairman of the board of the Truman National Security Project, chairman of the board of the Center for National Policy. I was a professor at Georgetown University, adjunct professor for over 4 years in the master's program of the School of Foreign Service. I taught a course on advocacy, and largely based upon the implementation of a thing called PEPFAR, President's Emergency Plan for Aid Relief in Africa. And as the chairman of the board of the U.S.-UN World Food Program, it's kind of like what you know of, like as a kid growing up, like UNICEF. UN has voluntary aid organizations in which each nation state that is a part of the UN voluntarily contributes to the continued operations of UNICEF, UNHCR, UNESCO. All of these organizations are all voluntary aid organizations. The UN World Food Program is the largest voluntary aid program in the United Nations, and it is the largest humanitarian organization in the world. It serves over 80 million meals on a daily basis in 72 different countries, and it is the first on the ground because it controls all the airlift and communications for all of the relief efforts globally in any natural disaster or civil war or conflict. And so the UN, U.S., is responsible for about 65% of the budget of the World Food Program, which was my responsibility as chairman of the board. And I increased the budget of the World Food Program, which just won the Nobel Peace Prize 2 or 3 years ago, by 50% when I was chairman over my term, to like $2.4 billion. It's all gone now. Trump ended all of that. Point about traveling. So I went to the Philippines after Typhoon Haiyan. I went to Kenya to Dadaab when refugees were flowing in from across southern Africa and Ethiopia. I've been to Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan, and I've been to all over the world. 75% of my travel during that period of time was on behalf of the World Food Program and other, NGOs that I worked on behalf of.
So I want to back all the way up to the very, very beginning. A little short bio, or we could do a long bio too. So you're born here in Delaware or born here in Pennsylvania?
In Delaware.
Okay, in Delaware.
Yeah, Wilmington.
Wilmington.
Yeah, 10 minutes from here, 15.
What are your thoughts on Wilmington, Delaware? Nice place?
Oh, yeah. One of the things that I still do love about the East Coast and Delaware and the Mid-Atlantic is the history. And so I'm a little bit of a history geek.
Yeah, because Delaware doesn't really get much representation, because you got Philadelphia, powerhouse of history and culture. You got Rocky, a lot of other things going on there, too important stuff. And then
we agree on that. I'm basically living in a suburb of Philly. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say that, but you got Baltimore, The Wire.
Yeah.
You got people on horses in the streets out there.
Yeah.
People on ATVs. And then Delaware's kind of sitting in between. People know that it's a corporate tax haven. People know that the Biden family's from there. What's something that people don't know about Delaware that they should?
Delaware's the first state. I don't know if they should know this, but it's the first state to ratify the Constitution. When Thomas Penn basically colonized Pennsylvania, he carved out Delaware, and we called it the diamond and the jewel in the crown of the colonies. Delaware is almost, a state of almost all coastline. Here's the thing that's interesting about Delaware. Delaware is geographically and historically and emotionally both a southern and a northern state. So the northern part of the state feels very much like Philadelphia. The southern part of the state feels very much like South Carolina.
So do you see like Confederate flags in Dover?
Maybe not Dover, but definitely Gumboro. I think that the National Association for the Advancement of White People started in Gumboro, Delaware.
How are they doing?
I don't know. It was a long, long time ago.
Seems like they're doing pretty well.
I think they probably had a real comeback. But that's because Delaware was a slave state that fought on the side of the Union. And the Mason-Dixon line, actually, Delaware is the only state the Mason-Dixon line does not bisect. And that is because it starts at our western border, the actual line for the Mason-Dixon line, and right in the middle of the state. So there's 3 counties in Delaware, and if you go below the canal, you're in the southern part of Delaware, Kent and Sussex.
And you were born in the 70s?
I was born in 1970. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
A couple years after the Summer of Love.
Yeah. My brother was born 1969, February 3rd, and I was born February 4th, 1970. And my sister was a year and a couple months after that, in 71.
Now, I know that you've talked about this story before, but there was a tragedy pretty early on in your life. Can you kind of tell people what happened for those who don't know?
Yeah, my dad got elected to the Senate on December 18th of 1972, so I was almost 3 years old. And my brother, myself, my little sister were with my mom and the dog in a station wagon, and we were hit by a tractor trailer. My mother and sisters were killed instantly. My brother and I were trapped inside the car, but they got us out. And I had significant head trauma. My brother basically broke almost every bone in his body and was in traction, and we were in the hospital together for weeks. And family and this community saved us. And my aunts and uncles moved in with my dad, and he figured out a way to be with us and be a dad to us and also be a senator, commuted every day. And so I grew up here. I mean, I spent a lot of time with my dad. My brother and I had this rule with my dad is that we could go with him whenever we wanted to, and kind of no questions asked. And obviously we didn't take advantage of it, otherwise it would have gone away, but we were smart enough to do that. But we spent a lot of time on the train going down to the Russell Senate office building with my dad and just to be with him. We did everything together. The thing about my mom and my sister dying and my brother and I being in that accident, it's like the realization that I have with addiction and being someone public is that I'm in no way unique. You know, everybody's had a tragedy in their family. And when you're in the public eye and as transparent, I think, as my family has been about those tragedies and whether we wanted to or not, you have this incredible wellspring of other people that come to you and want to talk to you about your own experience or their experience. Like, how'd you get through it? And like, I had the same thing. And you realize that we are almost all universal in that way. Is the one thing that binds each and every one of us is not necessarily love. People can go through life without being loved. It's not the only experience that we will all have between the time we're born and then we die is pain. And being able to recognize pain is a thing that connects us all. It's a real gift, I think, at least. It's given me a lot of strength when I needed it.
How do you feel that particular experience impacted you growing up?
I don't know. I think it's something that's a lifelong journey to be able to figure out what that kind of a trauma has on you. I don't know. I mean, I used to fight against the idea that it had anything to do with my addictive behavior. I don't fight about that as much anymore. It kind of makes sense to me in a way. I think that some of the genetics make sense to me in a way too. But in terms of that trauma and how I see it today, in the way that people responded, it's all about the love that I experienced during that time. I look back and I think of the way in which my family surrounded me. I was given the gift of having known and having two mothers that I consider my mom, both of them, my birth mother and my mom now. And I feel incredibly lucky for that. Instead of thinking of it as some tragedy, I feel incredibly lucky that I had my aunts and uncles that literally moved in with us. And I got the experience of having an extended family. My uncle is my best friend in the world, outside of my dad and my brother. And that, I don't know whether we would all be as close if it weren't for that. But you know, I mean, you come from a big Irish Catholic family. This isn't like oh, woe is me. You know, I mean, everybody's gone through this.
It was definitely a cultural kind of instinct to not allow ourselves to be defined by traumatic events and to take responsibility for the way that, you know, we've handled things that have happened.
Oh, yeah, I think so. And I think ultimately at the end of the day, we all have to take responsibility, regardless of the reason. The consequences aren't always fair, but I think the biggest question is whether you use it as an excuse or do you use it as a catalyst to be more empathetic with other people and also yourself.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Yeah, and it sounds like the kind of double-edged sword you're talking about, or the flip side of the coin, is that even in the wake of tragedy allowed for your extended family, like your uncles and stuff, to become closer because they recognized that you needed like an extra layer of support. And so do you feel like without that happening, there wouldn't have been as strong of a bond within the family?
I don't know. I do know this, is that my family is just incredibly close-knit, but I can't imagine that, I mean, obviously, yeah, I think your relationships are forged by the circumstances, and the more dire and consequential the circumstances, the stronger the bond. I mean, I don't know what your experience is, but I do know this, is that I feel very lucky, and the reason I feel very lucky is because this state, not just my family, but the people in this state. It's like when I was on trial here, I walked out of that courtroom after the conviction in Delaware in the gun case, and the first thing I said to the group of people that were there, my family and closest friends, is that how grateful I was. I mean, I'm truly grateful. It was like being able to go to your own funeral. I looked behind me and realized that no matter what, there was a whole courtroom full of people that knew who I was. And I had a whole family of people that were like aunts and uncles to me. I felt lucky, and I still feel lucky, and I don't take it for granted.
I think in a lot of ways, catastrophe reveals character. You know, you're able to see how far someone's willing to go to help you, or how much they care about your well-being when things aren't going well.
Yeah.
And I feel like you've had a couple different cycles of that throughout your life.
Yeah, it feels like a never-ending cycle of that, you know. But, you know, in this life, I hope that at the end of the day, like, look, I'm trying to figure out how to make as clear as possible. Addiction is not an excuse, but it is an explanation. There are consequences for people, as you know, or anybody that's in recovery or spent any time, is regardless of whether those consequences are legal, financial, relationship-wise, or anyway, is that, you know, that addiction, and when I say addiction, I mean alcohol too, because I don't know of any more destructive drug than alcohol, there are consequences. And I'm still appropriately paying the price for some of it. We're trying to make amends for stuff that are personal, that I believe that I still need to make amends for. I don't believe that there should be a continued, that somebody should have to wear Scarlet A for the rest of their life, you know? It's interesting the way that people talk about addicts, because if they just step back for a second and examine their own lives and the people that they idolize, I mean, I guarantee you at least 50, 60% of them are or were or are in recovery, hopefully, or experienced some level of addiction in their lives without kind of attaching this, you know, Scarlet A to everything that they do.
How old were you when you first started, I guess, drinking or experimenting with drugs?
I think the first time that I think I write about this, the first time I took a drink was a party where I stole a glass of champagne and hid under the table, maybe 11, something like that.
Okay, so before high school.
Yeah, but you know, that was like my first memory with alcohol was that. I don't think then I didn't like continue drinking after that, but I can remember that distinctively. But then in high school was, you know, when I started to drink. I played football, so you wouldn't really drink during the football season, but you know, weekend drinking, yeah.
So just like standard going out Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
No, obviously no crack.
No. I didn't, you know, I experimented with drugs in high school, but drugs as an issue did not occur until crack.
So it was just like you didn't go from cocaine to crack?
No, it wasn't as linear as that. And so with me, what ended up happening was when my brother was dying, he was dying in a very slow but certain way because he had glioblastoma, multiform stage 4 cancer, which basically you have a 2% survival rate. And even that 2%, your chances of being fully intact physically and mentally are, you know, basically 0.2% of people survive without, you know, their life, but almost a 98% certainty that you're not going to live outside of 2 years. And so my brother never wanted to really know those numbers. And so I remember, you know, I haven't read all of the book, but people have given me little synopsis of like this guy, Alex Thompson, who no reason anybody would know who the hell Alex Thompson is. He has this whole thing, I understand, in which he says like the Bidens covered up Beau's cancer diagnosis. And I feel like saying, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You get a terminal diagnosis, okay? What do? Do you accept it, go home and die? Or do you say, I'm not dying, I'm going to be part of that 2%. I sit down with the oncologist, and the oncologists tell me that there are new procedures and there are new experimental things that they're doing as it relates to X, Y, and Z at MD Anderson or at Sloan Kettering, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to try that, and I'm going to survive, and I'm going to run for governor. My brother was the Attorney General. He was no longer the Attorney General. He did not run for re-election as Attorney General, but he was considering running for governor at the time. When my brother would be asked, he'd say, I'm okay. I'm okay. And he'd keep doing his job, and he was in private practice at this time. And so, what does Alex Thompson think my brother would owe fucking anyone to say, oh no, I'm dying, I'm not gonna run for governor? And why would he do that? Why would you give up on life? And it's almost like somehow that this human being is not a human being. Like, he has not experienced life. He has not had anyone in his life that is, and I find that really hard to believe in a day and age when I don't know anybody that hasn't had somebody in their family that has cancer. And so what do you say to them? Oh, you have cancer? Oh, so you're gonna go tell your boss that you're dying and you should quit now? No, you don't. You go do your chemo, you do your radiation, you get up in the morning and you eat better, and you go on a different diet plan, and you get experimental procedures done, and you fight and you fight and you fight. At least that's what my brother did. Anyway, my point being, it was slow. And I knew that there was going to be a real transition. And I knew that there was going to be in the entire family. Not for any other reason than proximity. I was with him all the time, as was his wife, and as was his children, and as was the rest of the family. But I was with him all the time. And so I knew what every doctor was saying, and what and I stayed, I was clean and sober through that period of time. And, off and on, I had some relapses, but I had gotten sober in 2003 from alcohol. And I was clean and sober basically for an 8-year period of time, and then I cycled in and out. But when my brother was sick, I was ostensibly clean most of that time. And when he died, it was awful, my brother kind of connected us all in a way that it was almost impossible to imagine him not being that glue. It's the hardest thing of anything I've ever been through. And I know people are close to the brothers and sisters. It's not unique. But the only dream that I ever had, nightmare that I ever had as a kid, was losing my brother. Like the one that you wake up in a cold sweat. And I did. And it was really difficult. And my wife of 20 years stopped talking to me. Maybe 20 years of reasons not to have a relationship, but it was pretty awful timing. And I fell apart, and I went to rehab almost immediately. And I stayed in rehab for a long time, inpatient, outpatient, for close to a year, and between up in a place in Pennsylvania and then back in D.C. to be near my kids, and was not wanted by my ex-wife back in the house. And so for the first time in 46 years, I'm living alone. I don't have my brother. The rest of the family is in this awful state of grief. And we feel rudderless, I think, for the first time in my life. Completely rudderless. And anyway, long story short, is I kind of held it together for about a year, and almost exactly a year to my brother's death. And then I admitted that I slipped up with a drink, and the doctor, the outpatient program that I was in, I was going to 4 times a day and getting tested. I said, look, I drank. He said, well, we want to test you anyway. I said, if you test me, it becomes a part of a record. And I don't want it as a part of a record because it's not protected by HIPAA. And he said, well, you can't come back in if we don't test you. And I said, well, this is what I did. And they said, it doesn't matter, you're telling us. And said, we need it for our records. I said, well, fuck you. And I walked out to the park across the street, in Lincoln Park in D.C., which is not very far from the White House, which is, I knew to be kind of sometimes an open air, drug market. And I saw someone that I knew from my past life as being in the streets, a woman that I referred to as Bicycles. And I knew that it was kind of a suicidal thought. I said, do you got any crack? She sold me crack. And then that was it. From there, it just progressively got worse and worse.
What kind of places did it take you?
Physically, it took me to, like geographically, it took me to some, the worst parts of any city, town, state that you've been through. And, I know that you've been through these places I've watched, but, it takes you to, metaphorically and literally, to the Super 8 motel off the highway, rooms for rent on an hourly or daily basis, for tens of dollars. And that's kind of where it takes you.
Takes you to public housing too.
Yeah, and not safe places. Places people live, but not safe places.
How long was the run for after you saw bicycles?
And that was in 2016, and then May of 2000, or June of 2016, about almost 3 years. Yeah. Now there were periods where I would stop. I would try to get help, or half try to get help, or appease people in my life and say that I was getting help. And so I did a whole host of different things to try to pull myself out of it. I did try, and people would come in and out of my web and try to help me, and my level of toxicity would drag them down until they would kind of disappear. And then people that would come into my life that were nothing but blood-sucking leeches that would literally saw vulnerability and latched on and drained me of literally every thing that I had, from emotional well-being to my physical well-being to my bank account. And that was the ebb and flow for almost 3 years until I met Melissa. The one thing that is true about it is that, as I said before, I met some people in that period of time that are living and have no escape. I had an escape, my family. I thought that I had burned all bridges. There was no exit. I was in a hotel in a big city, and I don't want to name it the city, and this drug dealer who had pretended kind of to be my friend, would organize these, things around me where they just would live off of me for like days at a time. And they'd get hotel rooms, and they'd bring people in, and it'd be like a big party. And I would find myself invariably kind of like trapped in the room and kind of trotted out to deal with hotel security or whatever at any time. Someone had given me something, and there was a spa tub, like a big hot tub pool. And they'd found me floating face down in the pool. And this person saved me. And I woke up after about 12 hours where they just held me. My whole point of the story is that this person put themselves at an enormous risk to save my life, for nothing other than to be human, because every single other person that was there, literally, they stole the shoes off my feet, stole my clothes. I've gotten over the fact that, Matt Gaetz or Eric Trump is going to use this story as another, data point for how fucked up Hunter Biden is. But I don't give a shit anymore. And what I don't give a shit about is because people, even in the midst of their addiction, some people can be so incredible and generous and humane and caring. And this person had literally nothing to gain. And I don't even know their name. But they saved my life. And they sat with me, and they nursed me back to health until I was good enough to be able to get up and realize. But literally, for what? The most likely outcome for them was that the hotel, walk in and I was dead, and they get blamed for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I guess my point is that I think I was worth saving, and I think there's millions of people out there that are suffering from addiction that are worth saving.
You mentioned one thing earlier that I thought was pretty interesting, is that, you would take breaks throughout this period of time.
Yeah.
And I think that when you're in active addiction, especially, those tolerance breaks can give you the illusion of control. Because you're like, oh, I'm just gonna chill for a bit.
It's the oldest
I'm
story in the
so
book.
good at, moderation. Wow, I'm the best. But in your mind, you're like, I'm chilling so that I can mentally be on board for the next bender.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm talking about?
100%. And it's the oldest story in the rooms, at least my experience, is that so many relapses start with the assumption that, well, look, I can smoke pot. Or, I can drink beer, which is not hard liquor. or, you know, I can drink, but I'm not going to use hard drugs. Or I can take prescription drugs and not drink, you know. And, or like the very beginning, I remember when I first thought, like, maybe I should stop drinking so much. You'd say, well, you know what, I'm not going to drink for the month of January. And I don't know how many people that I know do that, but I would make it 10 days, and you say, well, I'm not going to drink for the first 10 days of January. And then it's like, well, I'm not going to drink on weekdays in January. And then it's like, well, I'm not going to drink on Wednesdays in January. And it's like, fuck it. But yeah, you know, you tell yourself that. And it's the same with any, you know, you get 30 days away from the drug, but you haven't created any new habits. And you put yourself right back into the environment in which you were using, and all of your problems have just built up and built up and built up. And that anxiety comes crashing down on you, and you don't have any outlet other than your brain. And this is the thing that people don't understand, is this. Why do addicts drink and drug? Because it works.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Let's take a quick break here and look at the media coverage of Trump's executive order to cut funding for PBS and NPR across the U.S., a political move that will have massive ramifications for how the country is informed. As we know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narratives, which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are 100% committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But before we hit the streets, we get informed using what you might ask, ground news. Ground news is a dope-ass news aggregate that lets you see exactly how different media outlets, left, right, and center, are covering the same stories as they unfold. Here you can see, using the Ground News Bias Distribution tool, how the left and right are covering Trump's executive order quite differently. For example, the left-leaning NBC News headline reads, "Public radio stations targeted for cuts by Trump offer lifelines to listeners during disasters," choosing to appeal to the humanity of their audience. Whereas you can see the right-wing outlet called The Federalist say, 12 reasons why NPR and PBS deserve to be defunded. Not too hard to see where they stand. Ground news, boom. Something else that doesn't get enough attention is how many news stories aren't actually newsworthy at all. That's why Ground News shows you exactly how many actual sources are covering a specific story, so you can determine if an article is legit, real news, or just echo chamber algorithmic manipulation nonsense. Another feature we love to use, their blind spot tool, which shows you the stories that might not be appearing in your typical media bubble. For all those reasons, I trust Ground News to help Channel 5 and myself cut straight through the noise. And right now, you can subscribe for 40% off the Unlimited Access Vantage plan, which comes out to less than $5 a month. Just scan the QR code here or click the link below to sign up. Supporting Ground News means helping to support us, which means we can keep making videos like this, talking to Hunter Biden, and giving you guys coverage that isn't watered down or dictated by corporate interests. So check it out, stay informed, and most importantly, don't let the media tell you what to think. All right, back to Delaware.
I would drink because it would take care of what I believed in my rewired chemistry of my brain was telling me is that you're gonna die from. Like, you cannot, like, you have to take care of this. I know the fastest way to take care of it. The fastest way to take care of it is a drink or a drug. Unlearning that is a really, really difficult process.
Did you find that, you know, a lot of addictions, especially, are kind of comorbid, they go with each other? So you said alcohol was one. Do you feel like drugs and alcohol, specifically like stimulants and alcohol, work really well together? Or did you ever find yourself smoking crack just without drinking?
No, it almost invariably, I've found with all the addicts I've had personal experience with over my life, whether it's the meth addicts with the benzodiazepams or the cocaine users with alcohol. I mean, really hardcore addicts, or when I say hardcore, what does that mean? And most people try to find like some kind of stasis in which they can withstand the downsides of whatever their addiction is, but it never works. It always falls out of balance, and you always overdo one and don't prepare enough for another. Let's say this, alcohol causes more death and violence than every single other drug combined times 5.
Do you think a lot of that has to do with the normalization of alcohol culture, or do you think it's the substance itself?
Both.
Because it's like everywhere you go, you see.
So let me tell you about alcohol. One of the things, my dad never drank. My brother never drank, really. And the reason that they didn't isn't because of some bad experience that they had with alcohol. It's because they witnessed what alcohol did in the lives of the people around them.
You're not talking about like Irish ancestral memory here.
I am, kinda.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, I really am. I'm talking about, like, I think it is in our bones. I look up my family tree, and one of the cool things about your dad becoming president is the Latter-day Saints who have the largest database of genealogy in the world. I have this really, a lot of material on, you know, both sides of the family, the Bidens, the Finnegans, the Hunters, and but mainly the Bidens and the Finnegans. And you go back, particularly on the Finnegan side, and you see Francis W. Finnegan died age 32, consumption. All these people that died age 39, left 4 children, consumption. And it's just a catch-all disease, and what it is it's alcoholism. You died of alcoholism. And the reason is alcohol is the only drug that impacts every single organ in your body. So from your brain to your liver to your kidney to your spleen, it enters your bloodstream, and it's the only drug that you can die from withdrawing from.
What about Xanax?
Except for benzodiazepines, which are in large quantities you can die in because it has the same impact that alcohol does on your body. Because once you withdraw it from your body, it's the only drug, along with benzodiazepines, that can send you into seizures because your body is saying, I need this to live. And so it has tricked it so conclusively that the sugars of those alcohol in every single organ scream out, and basically you have seizures and die. The way in which alcohol as a disinhibitor works, you know, causes people to do some of the most ridiculous, fucked up things that you can possibly imagine. From what they do in terms of what they say, to the car that they get in and get behind a wheel, to the anger with which they respond. Most people with alcohol, it simply is an amplification of their worst qualities. And your worst quality, mine was never violence, and I'm not going to judge what my worst qualities were, but maybe there's delusions of grandeur. It's my worst things, but like that, it's a really, really toxic mix.
For me, it's like extremely depressive nostalgia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll like hijack the touch tunes and play some song that makes me think of a different time. Yeah. I'll start getting really sad and talking about how I missed 2008. So your kind of most prolific bender was during the Trump era, between 2016 and 2020, which I think is important to clarify. It is not when your father was in the White House.
Exactly. 100% not. There's this conflation that people have. I mean, you know, I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
I think it was Don Jr.? Oh, you're talking about old White House?
Yeah, when my dad was there.
Oh, so they just got to blame you automatically?
Yeah, I mean, they're literally going to do an FBI, another congressional investigation, because they've convinced themselves that it had to be me, that there was a little tiny, and I guess my point of even bringing it up is that no. I have been clean and sober since June of 2019, and I have not touched a drop of alcohol or a drug, and I'm incredibly, incredibly proud of that.
And why would you bring cocaine to the White House?
Why would I bring cocaine to the White House, stick it into a cubby outside the Situation Room in the West Wing when I wasn't there? Anyway, who the fuck knows?
And politicians, I mean, they do blow, right?
I testified before the House Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means Committee. It was a whole big family shindig on the Republican side. All of them showed up, from Marjorie Taylor Greene to Lauren Boebert to Matt Gaetz to, you know, they're all sitting there. Now, none of them had the guts, except for a couple at the very end, to ask me any questions. At one point, in the 7 hours that I was being deposed, in which, by the way, I demanded that they do it in public, and they refused, and the reason is because they're fucking morons. Matt Gaetz, of all people, was giving me shit about my drug use. I said, really? All the people at this table, you're gonna talk to me about my addiction, my alcoholism? And I said, how many of you have had your own experience with alcoholism and addiction? Because I knew at least 4 or 5 people in that room on the Republican side that were in recovery. And I knew of 3 that have been accused credibly of being drug users. And I knew that every single one of them had somebody in their family that was absolutely facing a serious drug problem.
I think there might be a lack of understanding there because they think that cocaine is fundamentally different from crack cocaine.
I don't know what they know. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, because they think cocaine, Scarface, very cool. Crack cocaine, they think The Wire.
Oh, in that sense, oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
You know,
Like, they don't know how
absolutely. Yeah.
similar the chemical compounds are.
Well, the only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine is sodium bicarbonate and water and heat, literally.
That's it?
That's it.
And those things are pretty much free if you go to like a science store.
This is free. You can go to your neighborhood convenience store and just get. Anyway, I don't want to tell people how to make crack cocaine, but it literally is a mayonnaise jar, cocaine, and baking soda.
How different is the experience?
Oh, it's vastly, vastly different. And like for real, I feel really reluctant to kind of have some euphoric discussion. I know you're not asking me to do that, but have some euphoric discussion about crack cocaine.
I think this might be kind of the opposite here.
Okay, no, it's the exact opposite. I'm saying I don't want to have the experience of some euphoric recall. That's how powerful crack cocaine is. Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it safer than alcohol? Probably. People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities so that it combines with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable. That's all. You know, all of these actors and, you know, people in the past that talked about they had a problem with cocaine and freebasing, and they were smoking crack.
So straw on the stove is the same thing?
Not exactly, but close to it. But it's a little bit different. But anyway, my point about it, your point about it, which I think is true, is that there's a thing about crack that is really insidious. And what it is that anytime, I think one of the reasons that they believe that smoking cigarettes is so addictive is because it combines three really important things. It's habit forming, there's an oral fixation, and there is a ritual combined with it. And so the idea of hand to mouth is a habit and a fixation that we learn very early, even as children. With a pacifier, with a spoon, with your thumb, to even to breastfeeding. Okay, so really, I don't want to get into the psychology of it because I'm no expert, but I do know this, is that you combine with that ignition, combustion, and then you combine the ritual. You have your cigarette in the morning, you have your cigarette when you get out of the car, you have your cigarette with your coffee. Crack is that on steroids. It's over and over. There's ritual to it. There's a ritualized part of it. The combination of all of those addictive behaviors together becomes like really powerful. And the drug in and of itself is a more immediate euphoric sensation and connected to it than, in my experience, cocaine alone.
Does it require more frequency to maintain the high?
Yes. Yes. And the capacity to use more than you could otherwise with powder cocaine, just physically to be able to ingest it.
So you're kind of saying that cocaine reaches a certain plateau of euphoria where you can't necessarily get any higher?
In my experience, yes. This is like a PSA. If you want to completely, utterly fuck up your life, I don't think that anything is necessarily, oh, you do it once, you're addicted. But there's about the closest thing that statement could be true would be with crack cocaine.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the impact in communities in the inner city in the 80s, it led to an entire generation being destroyed, left without parental guidance and stuff like that.
When I went to Yale Law School, and I had a professor, Duke, who is one of the key voices in the country at the time from a policy perspective and a law perspective about the inequities of our drug laws. And you could very much make an argument that, by the way, the Clinton crime bill that my dad helped architect was the consequences of what you call the crack wars during those period of time. The result of the war against crack cocaine, or was it the result of the crack cocaine itself? I'm not saying that crack in and of itself is in any way safe or recommended, but the response to it, I think, was far more destructive in those communities than the actual drug itself, which, by the way, like all drugs, all addictions, are completely dependent upon the way in which a community responds to them. Nobody gets clean and sober without community. Nobody gets clean and sober without support. If, the response is, met with just violence, from the dealing to the destruction, I don't,
Do you think that, like, looking back at the crime bill and stuff, your dad and that kind of...
Oh, yeah. My point was, when I was at Yale, I wrote my senior analytical thesis was on the disparity between crack and powder cocaine sentencing. That was in 1996, in which, I mean, we knew then. And, you know, that's when my dad became president. He did away with all of that. And I think that Obama did part of it, and he eradicated it all. And then he pardoned almost everybody at the very end of his administration that had been swept up and were still in prison as it related to those disparities in federal sentencing. Obviously, he has no control of the state, but hundreds of people were commuted sentences and were pardoned.
And you feel like your paper at Yale kind of helped implant that idea in his mind and help forward that cause?
No, I don't think he remembers my paper at Yale more than anybody remembers my paper at Yale. I think I'm the only one who remembers my paper at Yale. But I do know this, is that at the very end, I was the only thing that I can say that I truly weighed in on with my dad was on that level. And he was pushing on an open door. I think people forget the historic record number of people that he pardoned based upon the drug laws.
Also, he pardoned Leonard Peltier, or commuted his sentence from life imprisonment in Florida to house arrest at the Turtle Mountain Reservation.
I was never more proud of my dad. And again, literally, the only things that I advocated for were those things.
Peltier and the sentencing reform.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just did a report up in North Dakota about his homecoming event, and it was definitely interesting. I didn't think it would happen.
Hey guys, here's a quick preview of our upcoming episode that's being referenced called Leonard Peltier Comes Home.
Today is a victorious day as our relative is here in the flesh.
President Joe Biden commuted the life sentence of Leonard Peltier.
The 79-year-old has served nearly 50 years in prison after being convicted for the 1975 killing of 2 FBI agents.
A young man who's spending his life in prison for something he almost certainly did not do.
Leonard Peltier and others killed Williams and Collier in cold blood on the reservation because they happened to be there at the wrong place at the wrong time.
He's considered by a lot of people to be America's longest serving political prisoner.
People today don't understand the FBI of 73. They went after Martin Luther King. It is in that context that Peltier was gone after.
The Peltier group, who could have just driven away, came to the agents' cars, Williams and Collier, and killed them both at point blank. I think I speak for all FBI agents. It's a kick in the balls. That's, yeah.
I know in my heart I never killed nobody.
Howdy there, Jake Fowler here with the C5 crew in beautiful Belcourt, North Dakota, homelands of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians. Right now, we're standing at the entrance to the casino here, and they're hosting an amazing event to honor the longest-held political prisoner in the United States, Leonard Peltier. So let's check it out.
My spirit name is One Who Carries a Light. Turtle Mountain, born and raised, just here to celebrate Leonard Peltier coming home. There's a town that you enter before you come into the Turtle Mountains. We got word that there was all sorts of community members who stood out on the side of the road, children, elders, probably 20 below, maybe even colder with the wind, and they're out there fist high, cheering on Leonard, and it was a powerful moment.
If you could describe today in one word, what word would that be?
Coming today. Thank you, Turtle Mountain.
I want to be described. Someone that loves these people.
Thank you for inviting us.
So I've been studying his case, and you have to realize there are elements that were inside of the FBI that still, to the very end, were very threatening. Said that there would be huge consequences within that community of the former and current FBI agents who still firmly believe that Leonard Peltier was responsible for the death of that agent. Anyway, so I knew an inordinate amount about the case and had studied the case. I was in a course of a guy named Stephen Bright, who ran the Southern Center for Human Rights, not the Southern Poverty Law Center. 2 different organizations, same purpose, but the Southern Center for Human Rights, which mainly dealt with representing people on death row. One of the cases that we touched on, because I don't think Leonard was ever taken off of death row. Anyway, we worked on Hurricane Carter's case, and I became friendly with Stephen Bright, who's a leading expert in unjustly imprisoned people. And so we studied Leonard's case. I was really, really, really proud because it was a really courageous thing that I think that my dad did by letting him out. And I think some people take it for granted that, you know, well, why wouldn't the president do that? It's just the right thing to do. He was 80, blah, blah, blah. Because you have a lot of really, really powerful people that can really mess with your life, and particularly in this atmosphere, by doing the right thing.
What do you think is the biggest inconsistency in the government's case against Peltier?
The 2 cases that were held against his 2 accomplices, who both were acquitted, and the lack of evidence that was allowed in Leonard's case as related to the lead up to that event on Pine Ridge, where the tribal police force, along with the FBI, had basically created a goon squad. And over 60 individuals had been tribal members and living on the reservation had, I think it was over 60, had been murdered by this like goon squad, had been taken out. Or was it 60 or 16? I can't remember the exact numbers. But they were on a mission basically backed by the FBI. And the judge never allowed all of that information, which they had got, into the case when Leonard was tried. And I can't remember all the other inconsistencies, but one of the things that also is that the woman that they said was Leonard's girlfriend, when they were able to extradite him from Canada to the United States, they used her testimony to justify the extradition from Canada. Once they got him back, she completely recanted and said that she was basically threatened by the FBI to say that she was Leonard Peltier's girlfriend and that she witnessed the whole thing, when in fact they hardly even knew each other. She had lived on the reservation but didn't have any relationship to Leonard. But there's a whole bunch of other inconsistencies.
On a deeper level, what do you think it was about Leonard that scared the federal government in such capacity?
You know, that's a good question. If you believed Leonard, then you had to understand the rest of the story of what the federal government was doing, which was they were systematically murdering members of an organization that were setting out to highlight the injustice that was occurring on reservations across the country. I think that we are in such a ahistorical, is that even the term, time right now? I know why they want to erase history. I know why they don't want to teach about the actual history of this country, because to do so makes a lie out of almost everything that they are trying to achieve. And how could anyone see the way in which Native Americans then and now are treated on Pine Ridge by the federal government, to the degree that they basically paid for and implemented a program to systematically murder those that were simply speaking the truth? Our government, the FBI. By the way, they were able to do much of it at Hensley, but all of the documentation was available. All of the communications were available at the time of the trial. And the judge wouldn't allow that information to be shared with the jury.
Yeah, I mean, because if you look at the bigger picture, American Indian Movement was just one of many groups they were targeting.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe one of like 150.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 40, 50 years later, what has it been? How long was it, Leonard, in 48?
Something like 50.
Yeah, almost exactly 50 years, I think, right? 75. Why do we still hold on to that? Because it still makes a lie. I don't believe in conspiracy theories in the sense of I don't believe that the government has the capacity to carry out a conspiracy. You know, a secret plan. It's all in the open, man. There's no conspiracy behind what ICE agents are doing in the streets of Los Angeles, you know, right now. Or, by the way, in the streets of Detroit or Chicago or Philadelphia or Tampa or whatever the hell they are, is that they're openly terrorizing people for the purpose of scaring the shit out of them. You know, people look at this moment in time and they get this impression. I used to think it was hyperbole. I'm not so sure now. And the comparisons to 1930s and 1939 and 1932 and Kristallnacht and this is the time and are we before this, are we after this? And you know, I look at what we're going through right now as more associated with a moment in our own history, which was Reconstruction.
You're talking about, for reference, after the Civil War.
Yes, from 1865 to 1877. What people don't understand about Reconstruction is that we just fought the Civil War. All of the freedoms which the Constitution guaranteed was guaranteed for black citizens that had just been released from slavery. And people think there was this great migration, it all fell apart. The black population, because of the weight of slavery or whatever other excuse you want to make, kind of fell into this communities of poverty and disenfranchisement, blah, 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 blah. Total bullshit. Between 1865 and 1877, the South Carolina state legislature was a majority black.
I was going to say the state senate that was, I think at the time, based in Charleston was almost all black.
Yeah, all black. And on top of that, because, by the way, it's a vast majority African-American state after the Civil War in South Carolina. You know, and by the way, which was where the first slaves were delivered in the 1600s, right there in Charleston. And so what happened after the Civil War? This amazing thing, this amazing renaissance. These people that jumped in, that had been in slavery for over 200 years. These communities are thriving. And then you have in, what was it, Colfax, Louisiana.
Is that where the first Klan started?
Not where the first Klan started, but the first major lynching occurred in the sense of this, is that you had in Colfax, Louisiana, you had black lawmakers that had gone in to secure the vote in this little town in the courthouse. And white supremacists surrounded the courthouse and they rolled up a cannon and they said, we're going to kill all of you unless you come out and give up this effort to, you know, and they're all wearing masks. Part of them were the local law enforcement. And so the black leadership comes out and they murder them all. And then they go on a rampage and they kill 105 African Americans in Colfax, a little town in Louisiana. What happens? Nothing. So the U.S. government doesn't do anything. The Union troops throughout the South won't take any action. Local law enforcement in the state does not prosecute any of the people. And then the federal government does prosecute a number of the people, but the Jim Crow Supreme Court overturns their convictions. So nothing gets done. So what ends up happening? That happens all across the South, all across the country, is this campaign of violence, a campaign of intimidation. And by the way, remember, how many states at that time? 16 states, 18 states at the time? You had 14 members of Congress that were black. You had 2 United States senators that were black between 1865 and 1877. And then the door shuts, because everybody gave in to the corruption of the Supreme Court, the corruption of the president. Johnson.
Thank you. Hope it was a good show.
Hey, boy. Hey, buddy. Okay. I'm only having fun. Didn't think you'd take me being here so serious. Hey, whatever your name was. Hey, son.
Why, hey, sir.
Howdy.
Howdy, John.
What the hell's bitten you, jackass? Where was I? Howdy.
Oh, heck! I almost didn't recognize you. Been some time, ain't it? All right, let's get those sins washed away. Take care.
Stay updated, Strawberry.
Here's a philosophical point, and it's quite an important one. Blessed are the widow-makers, for they shall make widows, and speak in the tongue of angels. I think. Join me in paradise. It's not too late. I don't mind how long it takes. I prefer a little space between me and my congregation. I'm not going anywhere! Apart from paradise, with you, for eternity. You and me, we can be together forever. Just think how wonderful that will be.
Where was I?
You and me, for eternity. That's the promise I'm making to you, and I won't break it.
You look like you got steady hands. Come join us.
No way.
No! Ah!
Okay, no time like the present.
God damn!
Strawberry sure does look fine on a day like this. It's all right. Need to make some calls. So long.
And okay.
Well now. Come on already. Let's go. Time to shine.
Can't miss, can I?
To hell with this.
I'll be seeing you. You want to cut up your hand, you're very welcome.
Let's dance. Let's go. Like it's my damn job.
Don't think these hands could take much more. Another time.
You seeing how good I am?
Partner, how are you? I love this place. But hell, folk here can
Partner?
get under a man's skin.
Hello.
Whoa there! Sorry if I cut short a fun dream. We've arrived.
Thanks for that, friend. Safe travels. You're a good dog.
I'll be running this shop long after you're gone. Let's try to make friends, not enemies. All right, what do you want? Sure, don't go greasing up the pages, though. Well, if that gun ain't shining, glad you take care of what's yours. I can improve the accuracy of that, you know. That'll help, I'm sure. You're gonna buy something, right? I'm quite skilled in customization. Make your munitions yours. That gun seems to be well taken care of. Hey, you know, that gun could use a few choice parts. Really make us sing.
That's gonna be fantastic.
Best to you.
I don't care what century it is. People still vote to
Oh, yeah? Come on, lady.
This is the place.
Thank you. job, lady.
Calm down on this right quick now. You said there'd be 25 people here.
Patience.
There's nobody here, dang it. This is a lost cause.
Hey, come on,
Careful.
man.
And that's dangerous.
Yeah, asshole.
Jeez. Oh, Jesus! The rope's caught! Run, Forrest, spreads!
Shit. Oh, crap. Good girl. Fill your belly. There you go. Doing okay, girl. Hang in there, girl. Come on, then. Damn it!
Leave town. Get out of here.
I advise you to step back.
Hey, I'm trying to help
almost
people
certainly
here.
Contaminated.
My heart can't take this kind of disturbance anymore.
Run and
Open up some windows for them. Let some there is.
Hey, amigo! You okay there? Put your head up so we can see
He's
your
the last time
Let's go, girl. That's a girl.
How's it been?
You're coming on, girl. There. You're doing well. Keep going, girl. You're okay.
Costa de Lobo!
I've seen these Mexicans get real friendly with corpse.
You're a good filly.
Ran up to this pig and knifed him. Ran up to this pig and knifed him.
Be a good girl now.
You there! Stop! Are you in trouble?
You ain't even worth it, you know? It ain't that bad, okay?
Fine, you moron. Keep some space. I got no business with you.
Oh, shut your mouth.
No call for that, hear me?
I say so.
I ain't Mexican. Look at me.
You are a del Lobo.
All right, girl.
From Ohio? Who cares? Cubans, Spanish, American.
Good girl.
That's how they feel.
But I don't want to be no Mexican.
They'll take your Mexican land, steal your Mexican gold. Put your Mexican head in a jar on a Mexican mountain.
Doing okay, girl?
Oh, just stop yapping all this nonsense.
Americans are going to think you're a spy.
You'll be okay. Easy, girl.
You don't shoot him right away. They're going to shoot you later. You're a dog to them now.
I ain't no dog. Out of our way. Del Lobo's coming through.
You're a worthless flea bitten.
What I give for a horse as fine as that?
I hope I don't gotta worry about you.
You want to say that again, friend?
You're an idiot.
You really itching to get shot, ain't you?
It ain't a big deal.
All right, you damn idiot.
Hey, easy. Okay. Hang in there, girl. Jesus! Where'd you go off to? Damn horse. Okay, Missy. Tranquilo, mujer. We're getting there, ain't we? Come on, lady. You're a good filly. Coming on, girl. Whoa! I wonder... where? Not near here. Somewhere, but where? I reckon we're near.
Change if I was you, nothing but one time.
Finally, some fresh blood in this place. Come on over here, handsome, and amuse me some. Now, didn't I see you at the boxing the other day? I said to myself, now that is a man I'd like to get to know.
Another day.
You got me mistaken, Missy.
Oh, well, maybe I was
You're a
wrong about
drunken
you,
mess.
but I doubt it. I'm gonna be back here if you change your mind.
Well, hell. Been so long, we all figured you'd gone and got yourself killed. Having something?
Please, quit following me.
We really need to watch our backs with so many criminals around.
You're right about that.
Thanks, partner. Out of the way! Hey, eyes where
Pardon
you want. Give me your money, lady.
Oh, I don't play like that.
You're real tough, huh?
Come on. Pay.
I don't have anything.
I'll hurt you. The money.
Take the damn money, all right?
Hot showing your yellow colors at last.
Shit! Okay, I'll take it. Go!
I'm walking, okay? Okay. Don't do this!
Good evening, mister.
Good evening. Have a good night.
Evening, friend.
Evening, partner.
Evening to you. This year?
Hello. Partner.
My year.
Evening to you, sir.
Fellas.
Evening.
Evening.
Evening, mister.
Excuse me.
Have a
Y'all
good
all
evening.
right?
Evening?
Evening, ma'am. You know what's happened in the news?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if it's important, we'll hear about it.
What's wrong with you? Well, okay then. We'll leave it at that.
Ladies,
Ooh, you're a handsome fella.
Hi, mister.
come on,
That
then.
man's made me kind of nervous.
Something wrong or what?
You want to start something?
Okay there.
Evening. How are you?
Look out! Ma'am?
Evening, mister.
Place, I hate it. Come on. It is not so bad. The women are very time already. Is it?
Keep it to yourself.
Back home. Oh, is this about Sophia?
Hello?
What do you mean? Hello.
Howdy, partner.
My fault. Have a problem?
Okay, let's take a look at it. Just shut up, eh? Just for a minute. Shut up.
Neoma. Come on, hold on. Hello.
It's you again.
Hola, señor.
Hello, ladies.
先生，你好。
Sometimes I wonder how any of us cope.
我都有聽過喎。
You're too close to me.
Didn't mean to do that, ma'am.
I have no time for stupid juegos.
That was a hello, lady.
Sí, sí, sí. Hello, de nuevo.
Clothes and sundries tailored. If you have an order to make it now.
Hello. He leaves the saloon. Police don't care.
Hello there.
Kitty?
Nothing quite like wearing your best day's work. Done. Seen these made up at the Wapiti Reservation. Hell of a thing.
Wish I never had to take my stall into the city. Just like I wish country folk had any damn money.
Sir?
Thanks. I'll be back here soon.
Hello.
Mind yourself, partner.
Mind yourself. Howdy, friend.
Hello, sir.
Out of the damn way!
Hey, look out.
Wow, must cover some ground on a work like that. Come on,
Where you at?
There, girl. Come on. Out of the way!
Howdy. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Morning, mister. Rip Van Winkle, wake up for your stop.
Thank you.
Quite some poster, eh? If I looked like that, I would have pursued a more dishonest path myself. I happen to know that fella is farming the swamp, or trying to, up by Siltwater Strand. He's a bad egg. Fancy that. I seen him coming and going here, and I never had an inkling.
I heard some screams from the basement of the gunsmith.
Sweet Mother Mary.
That ain't what I... You know what? It beats playing toy soldiers.
The Raiders ain't no toy soldier outfit, boy.
No, you're right. It's a whole lot sadder than that.
I think you lost yourself. You're like it's me that caught you in that speech.
Sorry, I'm an idiot.
Sorry, enough. Not nearly enough. Big.
They having a private conversation. Go boil your shirt. They're talking.
Better off dying on the
Ain't no one respecting the Raiders today.
You're living on your knees.
I'm gonna kill you honest. Oh, that it?
Okay. Thank you.
You know, a little decorum goes a long way.
I like being strange. Morning.
Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Hi, Sheriff.
Heck, it's been some time. Welcome back from your journeys.
And a very good morning to you.
What can I get for you?
Hello.
Give me something to drink.
How do you
I'm
do?
gonna stand.
Here's your sauce.
Yep.
Hello, friend. I don't mean to pry, but, well, you look like something of rough and tumble type. Perhaps somewhat acquainted with the more, colorful elements, if you don't mind me saying. I wonder if perhaps you might have heard anything unsavory about this here establishment of recent. Anything related to violence?
Well, what are you talking about, fella?
Oh, never mind. No, just curious. Someone told me about a rumor of raiders fighting. Well, it ain't true anyway. You never mind me. House special fried catfish.
Let's get all bets down. Betting is over. Round's fixing to start.
Good evening, ain't it?
How are you, ladies?
Oh, well, hello there.
Hey, you know who's in charge around here?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Well, thanks anyway.
Take care now.
Bets in, please. Bets are closed. Let's get started. Have a seat, my friend. Bets in, folks. Bets are over. Time to start. See an 8. Hit me.
18.
I stand.
All right, 14.
Split.
17 there.
I'll stand.
17. 17 there. 13.
Card, please.
Oh,
Let's do
21. 6. Sweet 16. 18. Woo-hoo-hoo!
Do this, please.
All right, just one more round, then I'm done. I promise.
Bets in, please. Great. No more bets. Let's play.
That's a
I
blackjack.
could learn something from you.
I'm on a roll. Come on.
That's a 15.
Check.
20.
I'm skipping this one.
11 there. Let's see you play.
What's taking so long here?
You gotta move?
Hey, sometime today it'd be nice.
Gotta play? Making a move? What's your move? You gotta move? Making a move? Gotta play?
What's the holdup here?
Let's see you play.
Tick-tock.
You gotta move? Making a move? Gotta play?
Those caravan folks are still loitering outside Mr. Banks.
Come on, my shift is starting soon.
You gotta move?
No, not the first time, I'm afraid.
What's your move?
You just look to history. Ain't nothing gonna change in this new century.
What's taking so long here?
Let's see you play. You got a move?
You hoping I'll fall asleep or what?
Making a move? Gotta play? Let's see you play. Making a move? What's your move?
Only so much to think about. Get on with it.
Gotta play? Let's see you play. Making a move? What's your move? Gotta play?
An old unfortunate has been around begging for cash lately. Sheriff ought to run him out of town.
Let's see you play.
What's the holdup here?
Turns out a con man hustled the Gordon family out of most of all their inheritance.
Making a move? You gotta move? What's your move? Let's see you play.
Hey, sometime today it'd be nice.
Making a move?
Ahem.
You gotta move?
Come on, my shift is starting soon.
Gotta play? Let's see you play.
Tick-tock.
Making a move? Gotta play? Let's see you play.
What's taking so long here?
What's your move?
What's the holdup here?
Gotta play? Making a move? What's your move?
Hey, sometime today it'd be nice.
You gotta move?
What's taking so long here?
Let's see it play.
I can't see straight.
Making a move?
Hello, my dear.
How's things with you?
I'm doing just fine.
Gotta play?
Hey, sometime today it'd be nice.
What's your move?
You hoping I'll fall asleep or what?
You gotta move? Gotta play?
Only so much to think about. Get on with it.
Making a move?
What's taking so long here?
They reckon enough of these railroad lines are popping up to put carriage drivers out of a job.
Surely that ain't true.
You gotta move?
They say there's money in Panama, but every prospector I ever met was a vagabond through and through.
You hoping I'll fall asleep or what?
What's your move?
So... I don't want to talk out of turn, but that butcher sold me a cut of meat with a worm in it.
Shit. I can't see straight.
Well, then...
Making a move?
Hey, good looking. Do you want to come and have some fun?
Not now.
Okay, suit yourself.
You gotta move?
A certain gentleman is...
Hey, sometime today it'd be nice.
For his bath. Guess his wife likes him nice and clean.
Gotta play?
So... Hank McCruthers said he found some Injuns squatting in his hunting cabin up north.
Come on, my shift is starting soon.
Making a move?
I'll double down.
Got a 14. 11. We got a 15. 19.
Shit! Shouldn't have bet all that.
No doubt.
Let's get all bets down.
All right. Oh, you're making a play, huh?
Great. No more bets. Let's play.
That's worrying.
I heard about a terror robbery.
9.
Give me another one.
I see 19 there.
I'm gonna stand.
17. Got 9 there.
I'm afraid I got things to attend to.
See you again soon. Bets are over. Time to start.
All right, back to work, you slobs.
Gentlemen?
How do you do, sir? Well, hello there.
Why, hello.
Thank you.
Who's the jackass running this militia anyway? Fresh fish gotta learn how to be true Lemoyne Raiders. What did he say? Controlling the field character?
Well, the preacher found Mr. Gibbons nude as the day he was born in one of the pews this morning.
Well, that don't surprise me none. Partner?
Line up, Rhodes. Get your paper.
Fine day to you.
Line up, Rhodes. Get your paper.
A very good morning to you.
Mr. Marston, I was wondering if you'd be back.
How you been?
Oh, ticking along. Where is it you're based now again? I was, thinking I might send you a letter. Some things I wouldn't want Ethel to, overhear.
It's a place called Beecher's Hope in Great Plains.
West Elizabeth. Okay, good, good. So, what can I help you with today?
Line up.
Yes, dear.
This coffee is as bitter as wormwood.
You're a good dog.
Hey.
Doing okay, girl? All right, girl.
Jackass running this bush anyway. Fresh fish gotta learn how to be true born raised.
You're... Good filly. Morning.
Good day to you.
Be a good girl now. All right, little feller. You're a good dog. Behind you, partner. Let off that steam, all right?
You're making me uneasy. Back up.
Come on, then.
We ain't going till you get this right.
I can't, Daddy, please. Let him in. He's been trying for hours.
He ain't no kind of man till he can get on a horse.
I can't do it, Daddy. He's spent. Let him rest.
My son ain't no quitter. Do it again, boy.
My arms are like rope. Leave it, Billy, please.
He ain't trying, is all. Again, boy.
I can't. I'm beat. Look at him. He's worn through.
You will be. If he don't get up there...
I'm sorry, Pop.
Ugh, the boy's crying.
I ain't raising no goddamn sissy.
Ow, Pop, I can't.
Would you end this madness?
Okay. Okay. You'll get there next try. Don't shoot. I'm unarmed. We knew you was coming. I got something to ask. I'm a changed man, okay? Let me say my farewells. I'll come away peaceable.
Make it quick.
You're a forgiving man. Boy. Boy, come here. Listen. Exactly as I say. You hear?
Don't
I ain't gonna fight you. It's like that. It's like, get the boy out of here.
You're coming with me. Johnson! Johnson!
What?
Just you're being real quiet back there. Most captured men, they beg, or they cry, or they rail against fate. That son of a bitch! Come back, you little snake! All right, girl. Oh, no, you don't.
Damn. Don't shoot. Go.
Okay, okay. Stop squirming! I'll do these tighter this time. How's that? Anything you want me to hold on to? Now, what was the point in all of that? Could have got your neck broke. Prematurely.
Like the boy said, let him go back to it. Or you're gonna have trouble with us.
Oh, great.
I knew you'd do it. Just like I told you.
I think that's all your friends, ain't it? You shouldn't have done that. And now look what's happened. Dead. Because of you. Damn it, I knew you was being quiet. Hey. Easy there. There. Easy. Settle down, okay? You're okay. Hey, now. It's all right. We're fine, ain't we? Okay. Hold on. Won't be long till we're in Rhodes. This is Rhodes. You're almost rid of me.
I'm ready. I hope they make it quick.
Up you get. Found this feller on a small holding. Name's Mark Johnson.
You can only run so long, son. There's your cell. You're lucky it's not a grave.
I was out to buy you. Wasn't hurting no one.
Maybe you weren't. Those partners of yours are a rough bunch.
Go to hell.
That's the price for Johnson.
I didn't take it. Someone else would've.
You tell yourself that, bounty hunter. You ain't whiter than white. I hope your past catches up with you. Don't you believe in redemption? I worked the land, I raised a family, I redeemed myself. Please!
Come on, lady.
What's it to be?
Well, long time no see, stranger.
If I hear that damn Clementine song again...
Been a minute. Sift through, see what you like. All right, what do you have for me? Good then. Take care.
Okay, Missy. Easy now. Mister!
You had a lucky day last time. Want to stack up? Woo! Got fresh rounds in my rifle and strong coffee in my gut.
Won't say
What'd you
no.
say to another game?
Let's fire off a few.
Happy days. Just like last time, whoever shoots the most bottles wins.
Temper, temper.
Well, now I'm miserable. All right, let's raise the stakes. Go again, huh?
You're on.
Well, that's what I like to hear. We'll do the birds again. First, knock 4 out of heaven gets the win. Stand close. As soon as you see them, start shooting. Wait for it. There they go now. All right, then. I'll that one. Here you go. Promised.
Thanks, friend.
Careful now. Next time I may not hold back.
y'all ever see that movie, The Crew?
Hey! You got some trouble?
Alcohol is the most destructive. Crack in a bathtub.
Talk about the 2020 election, because I feel like that's when you're
path to being able to get him back. What about all those other people? Am I not supposed to feel for someone? Am I going to be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration. Fuck you. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you got food on your fucking table? Who do you think washes your dishes? Who do you think does your fucking garden? Who do you think is here by the fucking sheer fucking just grit and will that they figured out a way to get here because they thought that they could give themselves and their family a better chance. And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the fucking criminals? White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a fucking violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, you know, Rahm fucking Emanuel. So fucking smart, Rahm Emanuel. And said, we got to understand that these people are really mad. And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm, the only people that fucking appealed to those fucking white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old. And he got 81 million votes, and he did not because he appeased their fucking Trumpian sense, but because he challenged it. And he said, you can be an 81-year-old Catholic from fucking Scranton that doesn't understand it, but still has empathy for transgender people and immigrants. And then nobody said, oh, Joe Biden's going to turn us into a socialist state, no matter how much they said it. But these guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, fuck you. how are we getting those people back from fucking El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the fucking president of El Salvador and say, you either fucking send them back or I'm gonna fucking invade. It's a fucking crime what they're doing. He's a fucking dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
The craziest thing to me is especially interviewing migrants and like hearing about the journey they went through to get here. You got some people who walked for 30 days through the deserts of Mexico into the Arizona desert in 110-degree hot summer. Their feet are bleeding. They have a gallon of water. There's people dropping dead while they're walking who they physically cannot stop to help because they are so determined and because the coyotes trafficking them will kill them if they stop too. And then finally get to the U.S. just to do menial labor. And you have people saying, like, do it the right way. It's like, trust me, if there was an easier way, they would have done anything but that. And secondly, I feel like anybody who goes to that length to get here deserves to fucking be here. I mean, deserves to be an American. Like, we didn't do shit to get here. I mean, I'm sure at some point, like, our great-grandparents did get on the boat from Ireland and were like, fuck, I don't know what's gonna be over there. But it wasn't like the grueling conditions that people experience on the way here. And it's just the lack of humanity and also the lack of understanding as to how American corporations economically dominate those countries and how U.S. intervention has created unlivable conditions there too.
And are the incredible beneficiaries of that new blood that enters our bloodstream year after year after year. The only thing that makes us different from fucking China or Russia or anywhere else or Europe or anywhere, and the only reason that I believe that we as America are different beyond the fact of the idea of the Constitution, the idea that we represent, is immigration. I can't even believe sometimes I'm having this discussion with anybody. How do you think that we are reborn every generation? How do you think that we attract the smartest people in the world to the United States of America? Through immigration. I mean, you sit here and, I mean, like, just think about it. You got some motherfucker who's made over, what, $251 billion being a United States citizen that got here and stayed here illegally before he got his citizenship, sitting here lecturing us on who we should allow into the United States of America and giving us a fucking Heil Hitler along the way. Are you fucking kidding me?
And talking about how gangs are like a threat that's going to come here
Let's
from
go,
other
girl.
places. I'm like, MS-13 started in Koreatown in LA.
Yeah.
Not to mention, like, the U.S. prison system invented gangs.
Yes.
Like, we are basically like the creators of worldwide gang warfare. Like, the styles, basically everything about it. And so it's just crazy the idea that, like, we're going to build a wall
There you go.
to keep gang members out, yet 21 Savage is on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, exactly. Or, you know, or we sit here and watch Sons of Anarchy. It's just such bullshit. It's just such racism. It's just so easy pickings, and it just makes me so angry. Have you read the quote from Dietrich Bonhoeffer?
No, it's a cool name, though. I wish it was my name.
Dietrich Bonhoeffer was a philosopher in the 30s in Germany. He fled Germany, but he went back to be part of the resistance inside of Germany against the Nazis. He was a devout Christian, a real intellectual writer and thinker about how to apply the principles of Christ in your everyday life and in society. And he wrote this piece about the Third Reich. And of course, he was imprisoned and murdered by the SS. And he wrote this quote, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically it says, is that the real problem, and he was obviously in the context of what was happening in the world at that time, is not evil. You know, it's kind of like, you know, Hannah Arendt's, you know, the banality of evil. You know what I mean? When she did this Eichmann trials, and Eichmann himself, it was like, evil is boring. The real problem is stupidity, is ignorance. Because how do you defeat ignorance? You can point out to people that are willing to hear of the evil of someone. And I mean this sincerely. I don't know anyone, personally, that if you took Stephen Miller, isolated, and you played a clip of the things that he says.
Every day we arrest another alien they let into this country who raped a child, who beat a woman.
Quote, all the kinky-haired, swarthy-skinned, long-despised phantoms, all the teeming ants toiling for the white man's comfort.
And his little physical demeanor.
We're getting there, ain't we? You'll be okay. There's a girl. Oh, God, you poor bastard. Oh, God. You're a good filly.
Another day on the move.
You're a good girl now.
Fine looking animal.
Hang in there, girl. Excuse me.
Hello there.
So, you got time, partner?
Not able to help you with that.
Well, thank you anyway.
So long.
Behind you. You ever feel like the whole world's against you?
Oh, I'm sorry for you.
Come on, lady. Hey, partner.
Hello.
Hey, partner!
Hey there.
Welcome back.
Looks fantastic.
Bye. Who's got
Hey,
mouths to
watch
feed,
it.
huh?
Oh,
Give 'em one
sorry.
of these ribs, just watch them grow.
You believe this? Went to the shop, look.
Who turned the lights out?
What's up?
Go, come on.
Partner?
Hey, what business you have here?
Welcome. After a ticket?
Can I get a ticket, please?
Okay, head on in. Tent to your left.
Alcohol is the most destructive drug, not just to your body, but it puts you in more danger than any other drug that I've ever experienced. And then you add on top of that the amount of crack that I was using at the time. And crack cocaine, in terms of your physical health, is not as dangerous as the situation that you put yourself in to be able to obtain it.
How do you get crack?
One of the things I don't want to do is give a how-to to any moron like myself that may think that it's a good idea. But crack cocaine is a, I am fully aware when I'm talking about it in relationship to my own experience with it. It is still a shocking thing for most people, because we have been fed this perception of crack cocaine. It's more than just a drug. It's more than, like, if you say meth, or if you say heroin, or if you say cocaine. It comes with a whole bunch of different baggage. And because of that, places that you can go get it are some of the most dangerous places in whatever location you happen to be in. And it's everywhere. Mainly for that reason, I learned how to make my own. Have you read, I'm going to pretend like you're not getting attacked by a bee right now.
Hey, it's all right.
Keep my train of thought.
Without them, we would all die.
By the way, that's true too. Birds aren't real, but bees are.
The world to parts unseen by most men. Why?
Good morning, America and the world. My name is Andrew Callahan, the host and creator of Channel 5, the largest independent crowd-funded newsroom in the United States. The following interview is with Hunter Biden, the controversial, storied son of former President Joe Biden, who issued a full and unconditional pardon for Hunter during his final month in office, shortly after Hunter was found guilty of tax-related crimes and being an illegal drug user in possession of a firearm. Hunter has yet to speak to the media about this pardon and hasn't done a televised interview in years. In fact, aside from a very limited and controlled press round to promote his new book, Beautiful Things, of 2021, Hunter hasn't given a single statement to the media, especially in regard to the laptop scandal that was a crucial component in the Stop the Steal movement back in 2020, wherein millions of Trump supporters alleged that Joe Biden was being controlled and manipulated by nefarious foreign actors who leveraged their business connections with Hunter to peddle influence in the White House. As I mentioned, this alleged intel connects to private messages and emails that were found on a laptop that Rudy Giuliani and his lawyer claim Hunter left in a computer repair shop in Delaware sometime in 2020, where after the laptop repairman, John Paul Mac Isaac, pictured here, essentially leaked its contents to the world. Along with evidence of alleged corruption, tax evasion, and influence peddling, what was also leaked from the laptop is nearly a decade of private photos of Hunter in the thralls of crack cocaine addiction. All right, in today's interview, we're going to discuss the laptop, the 2020 election, crack cocaine, and more, with an emphasis on recovery and away from gossip and family drama. And by the way, if you'd like to listen to or download an audio version of this interview, I've uploaded a crispy WAV file to the podcast feed of our long-form program, 5Cast, which is available now on Spotify, Apple Music, and Amazon. All right, let's get into it. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Hunter Biden. All right, Mr. Biden. Thank you so much for your time, man. I really appreciate it. How long has it been since you've done a formal sit-down interview?
You know, it's been a while. It's been a long while. I had a conversation with Jamie Harrison, who's the former chair of the DNC, who's a great friend, loyal. And I was down in South Carolina for other things and kind of like family down there. So I sat down with him and talked about some stuff. But nothing like this.
What made you feel like now's the time for an official, unedited long form?
Well, I don't know when it is the right time or not the right time. I'm an admirer of your work, and we have a mutual acquaintance. It didn't take me much to agree to be really interested. I think the work that you've done is some of the most interesting commentary on the moment we're living in. The expanded moment that we seem to be continuing to live in from 2020 on. I hadn't seen much of the earlier work that you had done, but I do know that I at least appreciate the sincerity with which you approach everything that you do.
I appreciate it. You said 2020 on. Do you feel like that's the year the world kind of went crazy?
No. I think that's the year that we all kind of woke up to the realization that things are crazy. But no, I think that they've been going crazy for a while. And I don't know whether crazy is the right word. I think that I don't know how interested people are in my take on why I think the world is a little bit crazy right now.
Well, I think there's probably millions of people out there who just want to know how you're doing.
Personally, I'm great. I tell everybody, and Melissa gets kind of upset with me because it has been obviously a difficult time. The past 5 years have not, at least from any outsider's perspective, been fun. But for me, as a person in recovery, and being able to maintain that recovery through this, and stay clean and sober throughout it, it's one thing I allow myself to take some pride in. And I know about my life is that I survived almost certain death. And I don't know if you read my book, but I'm pretty transparent about it. Having survived that hell kind of prepared me to be able to make it through kind of the public humiliation that I don't know any other way to put it, that I've experienced over the past close to 5 years now. And it doesn't seem to stop, but I'm more grounded in who I am, what matters to me, and what I'm grateful for on a daily basis than I've ever been in my life. And physically, I'm in a hell of a lot better shape than I was since my last drink or drug 6 years ago.
So it's been 6 years?
Yeah, just over 6 years.
When you say you almost died, can you kind of give us some more context?
I was a drinker, and at the end, my addiction had progressed so much that it was potentially deadly on a daily basis. The thing that was the most concerning and the most real about, facing death was in actuality the alcohol. Once you fall into that lifestyle, and I wouldn't call it a lifestyle because there's no life to it at all, you enter a completely different world in which you're living kind of completely outside of the bounds of any communal norms. I don't know. It's a scary place to be. And I met some of the most truly heroic, astounding, thoughtful, kind people that I've ever met in my life that are living, lives of quiet desperation, not quiet, very loud desperation, but even in that, found space in their hearts for empathy and kindness. And I've met some of the most awful, predatory people that I've ever experienced in my life.
So you feel that the thralls of addiction do oftentimes swallow up very genuine, earnest people, but at the same time, that underbelly is home to a specific breed of evil as well?
One of the things that I've realized is that addiction is one of the most universal conditions. I don't know many people that have not been impacted by it in some way, whether it's addiction to drugs or addiction to behaviors. They have the same dilatory effect on not just you, but more importantly, on your immediate community, your family, and then it just spirals outward. And I don't know anybody that hasn't been impacted by drugs and alcohol in a really significant way, or at least a way in which it's created trauma in their own personal lives and the lives of those that they really love. And so while it's universal, it's something that we rarely talk about. And it's kind of the way in which we treat drug use it's something that someone else is doing, and that someone else happens to be your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, yourself, your coworker, and it only becomes a problem when it becomes a problem for you.
Do you think that you would have been treated differently by the media if your addiction was to an opiate or perhaps methamphetamine as opposed to crack, which kind of has a racialized context to it?
Well, maybe, I don't know. Because it depends upon what media you're talking about. Because what is the media? I think it was just an added bonus for them that they could say crack addict and everybody would go, oh my God, he's a monster. So I think for those that wanted to use it as a bludgeon, it's easier when you slap the word crack addict onto it. It made me a lot easier target for the Don Juniors of the world, you know, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, just because of their inherent kind of meanness about things. But I'm not a victim here. I was a crack addict. You know, I wrote about it. I was transparent about it. I wasn't naive to the idea that somehow that would be something that anyone or everyone would be able to fully comprehend and have empathy for. We're lacking empathy across the board, not just for Hunter Biden. But I guess I was a little bit surprised in terms of a lot of people in the press, whether it was in the New York Times or the New York Post, kind of dismissed addiction as somehow unique to my family, or without taking into account what they were doing to other people that were looking to get clean and sober. One of the things about getting clean and sober, at least I found, I don't know what your experience in your life or with your friends or others is, one of the things that keeps us in the cycle of addiction is our guilt and our shame, is the lies we tell ourselves and the lies that we tell the people that we care about the most. And you get clean and you get sober, and what ends up happening is you still hold on to these secrets. Like, I smoke crack. I was a crack smoker. They know that I did cocaine, or they know that I was drinking, but they don't know that I was also an inveterate drug user. And so you keep that secret, and the guilt kind of boils up. And the only place that you can talk about it is in rooms full of virtual strangers, which is really helpful. But it isn't it doesn't release you from that awful feeling that I'm about to be found out, and that anxiety. And so then you get triggered. Your brain tells you to do the only thing that it's learned how to do, is that you need to save yourself. And the fastest way to save yourself is a drink or a drug. So you get caught in this loop. And the favor that they did for me is I don't have any more secrets. Now, not everything that's been said about me is true, but there are the things that most people would be very embarrassed about. I've been very open about. I spent more time on my hands and knees picking through rugs, smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine. I probably smoked more Parmesan cheese than anyone, and so I don't get triggered in the same way. But the thing that scares me is for people that look at the way that I'm treated in the media, whatever the hell the media is, and think, do I want to get honest? I mean, seems to me, if you look at that as a test case, better to keep some things unsaid. And I think that's really dangerous for people, at least in my experience with recovery.
As far as the media goes, what do you think are the 3 craziest things you've heard about yourself in the press?
Oh my God, the list is forever. They got stuck on for a while, even Fox News, that I funded the Wuhan lab. I said that to someone a long time ago on camera as in response to a question like you just asked. And you gotta be really careful. Somebody's gonna be able to cut that and say, I did not fund the Wuhan lab.
I did.
Yeah, you did? Yeah, exactly. Me and George Soros. Supposedly me and George Soros have a lot in common. The one thing I'm positive we don't have in common is that I am very, very far from being a billionaire. But those conspiracies are kind of the craziest. You know, I just heard Jake Tapper is going on TV saying that, you know, I basically acted as the chief of staff.
I think Hunter was driving the decision making for the family in a way that people, he was almost like a chief of staff of the family.
Does that strike you as pretty bizarre?
I think I spent 12 days in the White House in the last 2 years of the administration. I had a lot of other things going on. I think the one that was like you feel like you just got hit in the gut, you know, by an elephant, is when Rudy Giuliani and Bernie Kerik went to the Newcastle County Courthouse here in Delaware and talked about me being involved in, I think, you know, child sex crimes and stuff like that. And I mean, literally with nothing. That one was the last and the only one that was kind of hard to wake up from. It's like, how do you ever take that out of somebody's head after they've heard it, you know? But I mean, truly, the list just goes on and on.
Did you try to like sue for defamation or damages or anything after that?
No, and I mean, I am in a defamation suit right now. I mean, one of the craziest ones is what Patrick Byrne said about me. And let me get this straight. He said that I was the key person in ensuring that the sanctioned Iranian oil money that was being held in South Korea was released at the behest of myself and somebody in Pakistan. And I took a 10% fee off the $8 billion for my family.
We have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think.
And then I had traveled to Tehran and to the Middle East in 2022 and 2023 in order to effectuate this. And then that ultimately his followers made the direct connection that money was used to fund Hamas for the murder of over 1,400 Jews on October 7th. That's the kind of stuff. And now I know you guys look and say like, but who believes that? You know, I don't know. The million people that read that tweet, you know. I had one guy in California who is I don't remember his name, but he's associated with SpaceX, a big investor in SpaceX, a very, very wealthy guy, claim just months ago that I rented a house from him and that I trashed the house and I had the Secret Service stiff him on the rent, and that I tried to pay him with a book of art made of my own feces.
His ex-landlord claims he stiffed him on a whopping $300,000 in rent. What happens to the back rent that Hunter Biden owes my family? Is that pardoned now?
And, you know, like, how insane is that, right? You know, but you look into the background of this person, and he's a major, major investor in SpaceX. He's probably worth a few $100 million, and he has this huge following on X. Elon Musk retweeted that, and it went viral.
It's pretty messed up, man. There's also some people, though, who just think that if you leave the country, you're a spy. You know what I mean? Like, why is he going so many places?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know, the really interesting thing is they created this a character that is both in some sense a ne'er-do-well failed son that has not ever accomplished anything, and a criminal mastermind all in one. I kind of feel like, you know, pick one. And most of my travel during that period of time when my dad was vice president, and by the way, I didn't travel anywhere when my dad was president. I don't think I left the country. But during that time, I was the chairman of the board of what's called the U.S.-UN World Food Program. And I was also chairman of the board of the Truman National Security Project, chairman of the board of the Center for National Policy. I was a professor at Georgetown University, adjunct professor for over 4 years in the master's program of the School of Foreign Service. I taught a course on advocacy, largely based upon the implementation of a thing called PEPFAR, President's Emergency Plan for Aid Relief in Africa. And as the chairman of the board of the U.S.-UN World Food Program, it's kind of like what you know of, like, as a kid growing up, like UNICEF. UN has voluntary aid organizations in which each nation state that is a part of the UN voluntarily contributes to the continued operations of UNICEF, UNHCR, UNESCO. All of these organizations are all voluntary aid organizations. The UN World Food Program is the largest voluntary aid program in the United Nations, and it is the largest humanitarian organization in the world. It serves over 80 million meals on a daily basis in 72 different countries, and it is the first on the ground because it controls all the airlift and communications for all of the relief efforts globally in any natural disaster or civil war or conflict. And so the UN, US, is responsible for about 65% of the budget of the World Food Program, which was my responsibility as chairman of the board. And I increased the budget of the World Food Program, which just won the Nobel Peace Prize 2 or 3 years ago, by 50% when I was chairman over my term, to like $2.4 billion. It's all gone now. Trump ended all of that. Point about traveling. So I went to the Philippines after Typhoon Haiyan. I went to Kenya to Dadaab when refugees were flowing in from across southern Africa and Ethiopia. I've been to Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan, and I've been to all over the world. 75% of my travel during that period of time was on behalf of the World Food Program and other, NGOs that I worked on behalf of.
So I want to back all the way up to the very, very beginning. A little short bio. We could do a long bio too. So you're born here in Delaware or born here in Pennsylvania?
In Delaware.
Okay, in Delaware.
Yeah, Wilmington.
Wilmington.
Yeah, 10 minutes from here, 15.
What are your thoughts on Wilmington, Delaware? Nice place?
Oh, yeah. One of the things that I still do love about the East Coast and Delaware and the Mid-Atlantic is the history. And so I'm a little bit of a history geek.
Yeah, because Delaware doesn't really get much representation, because you got Philadelphia, powerhouse of history and culture. You got Rocky, a lot of other things going on there, too important stuff. And then
we agree on that. I'm basically living in a suburb of Philly. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say that, but you got Baltimore, The Wire.
Yeah.
You know, you got people on horses in the streets out there.
Yeah.
People on ATVs. And then Delaware's kind of sitting in between. People know that it's a corporate tax haven. People know that the Biden family's from there. What's something that people don't know about Delaware that they should?
Delaware's the first state. I don't know if they should know this, but it's the first state to ratify the Constitution. When Thomas Penn basically colonized Pennsylvania, he carved out Delaware, and we called it the diamond and the jewel in the crown of the colonies. Delaware is almost, a state of almost all coastline. Here's the thing that's interesting about Delaware. Delaware is geographically and historically and emotionally both a southern and a northern state. Mm-hmm. So the
Good day there.
Okay.
Did you hear that the school teacher Mary Pearl family way? Oh, women these days have
Be with you momentarily.
No, really?
Have yourself a nice trip.
Breathe, girl. Come on. Come on, then. Hey. Another one of these. Oh, Lord. There. Good girl. Damn. Gotta be related.
Fine weather, ain't it?
It's good. You're a good filly. Sir! Oh, partner!
Hey there.
Okay, Missy.
Have you come for me? Or was this all nasty surprise? Or maybe it's both. Maybe it is a nasty surprise, even though you knew I was going to be here. Which is it? You should think about that. Save yourself thinking about what's about to happen. Now, I'm not going to lie. It's not going to be nice and fun. I mean, it'll be fun for me, but it won't be nice for you.
Okay, thank you. Be a good girl now. Coming on, girl.
It's just beyond belief.
Come on, then. Fella been nothing nice. A lot of folk gone missing over the past few years, and this sick son of a bitch, he ain't right in the head.
That's so.
Head on over to the cellar of that broke-down shack on the road to the falls. See for yourself.
Okay, come on, you.
My name is Edmund Lowry Jr., and you'll remember that, my friend.
I'm sure I shall. You are a frightening fella.
Oh, I'll behave, sir. I'll behave as expected.
Well, you better. And I'll get you a lawyer, don't you worry about that. And you get in that cell, calm as you be. Get him off me! What the hell is wrong with you? Get out of here! It's you?
My reward?
Your reward? Get the hell out of here! That's your goddamn reward! For the... Off of God! I reckon it's time you were gone. What do you think? You take orders real nice.
Well, that's something to do.
You fellas better run that sucker! Jesus is right! Who's gonna get that man? Give your soul to God, boy! The rest belongs to me!
You will be answering to the law as this carries on.
I want this cocksucker dead at my feet! What are we doing?
Mister?
How's it going?
I think I had enough.
Thank you for nothing.
Okay. You're doing well. Doing okay, girl. Stay there.
Not gonna happen.
Hey. Y'all over there! Hold on!
Give me a reason.
You know what? Forget it. Where are you off
Some
to?
space.
What's wrong
I
with
know
you?
what these connections with you.
You ever look at it?
You asked for it. Nice, Philly. Skip! Go on! Go on, girl! Leave me, girl! All right, girl. Jesus! Wait a moment there.
Easy.
You get off the horse a moment.
That's a fine way for a grown person to act.
Life ain't nothing nice. Mouth shut, okay? That wasn't so bad.
I've heard worse from better men. Holy hell!
Stop
what the hell
right
have I done
there!
to you? Just typical.
Partner, you better keep it closed. I feel like we have an understanding.
I should just pack up and go. Get off my back, damn it!
At least you ain't dead.
Jesus. Mercy, please!
It's just your pride got dented.
Oh God, help me!
Hello. Where you going off to? Thought we was talking there.
No, don't.
Can't just run away from your problem.
Stop! What the hell? Help! Someone help!
Easy there. There. Easy. Easy.